everyone to Flying with Mike today on a little bit of what's called a precarious approach we got planned for in about a couple hours. We are currently in Chengdu, China. Zulu uniform. Oh, sorry, I got lost there. How many uniforms there were? Up here in China. I actually do not believe I've ever flown out of this airport in the flight sim world. I've seen it, heard it, seen it's pretty popular. Just never took a plane out of it. So I thought, what the heck? This is a good starting point for Saitek. That's right, the infamous approach we no longer have in the world. It is now, I have no idea. One time it was supposed to be a mall in Hong Kong or their version thereof. Marketplace, maybe. I don't know what they call them there. Port, harbor, you name it, you guess it, because none of the, well, the only infrastructure of Saitek remaining is what would have been the runways, the landmass, if you will. Beyond that, maybe the terminals, but in different names and all, who knows. But Hong Kong has just been a huge and sprawling nation, now back under control of China. Hang on. was muted, and I don't know why. But anyway, we are on the 747-200. Felis, we're just going through for everybody. So if I wasn't muted, my apologies. Quick recap. But Bugs Bunny in that plane diving to the ramp, if you all remember in the cartoon, looking at a panel like this, reading. This is where a lot happens. Where you in the back have a great flight, and so do two up front, and he's working his butt off. Everything that he can make happen. So again, he runs the. Gosh dang it! I still was muted. Holy mackerel! I didn't catch my mic itself was muted until I happened to catch it on my headphones. Wow. So again, we're on the Felis 747-200. I think a lot of this got out because usually if it's muted here, I won't see any activity on the microphone. So we're going to just continue on. And apologies for what we missed. But anyway, the flight engineer has all of this at his hands to take care of. First officer usually in that chair, captain usually in that chair. Now, real quick, just so that you all have this and we won't have to go through it again. Hang on, let me try to do something here. There we go. All right. What the heck? Huh. I'm looking forward to learning about this device. This, by the way, is the Felis 747-200 version. Bear with me as I pull up my Discord channel. Oh, where are you? There you are. 1.2.11.2. So there are going to be some things here that I'm learning about, and I'm going to see if it tells me here. Fixed crashes, added weather radar 2D. Wonder if that's what this is supposed to be. Hang on, we'll just, whoops, we just clicked in the wrong screen. Let's do that. Holy crap, that's a nav display. Huh. Why doesn't it say anything about it over here? Because it was not on that plane when I flew it last. Or if it is, somehow my eyes were truly blind. All right, let me look down here real quick. Yeah, the weather radars are still there. Huh. All right, well, we'll get introduced to it here momentarily. So, but anyway, that's how this happened. The captain and the first officer's job try to get you to the right airport on the runway landing or taking off instead of a taxiway at the right airport. They failed several times on that. Wow, this just it's kind of mind-boggling seeing stuff I was not prepared to see. So, pardon me if it's taking me aback too much here. So, uh, with all of that, let's just get going. Again, in case I was muted when you jumped in, Chengdu, Zulu uniform, uniform, uniform. Sorry about that. That cough came out of nowhere. I try to mute, and sometimes I don't, and then I always forget to unmute. Much to your all's joy, I'm sure. Then we're headed to Saitek, Victor Hotel Hotel X-Ray. It's the old Hong Kong. We went through it. Closed down. I mean, literally gone. It's very difficult to find unless you know exactly where you're looking or you at least know the basic footprint to find it. But all the runways, taxiways, ramps, gone. What may be left are some of the ramps for some parking lots or things like that. But really, it's gone. It's now at the new Victor Hotel, other side of the city that many of you go in because of such heavy. That area has just been blossoming in traffic for the airports. Oh, and the reason for the coughing, besides all the season changing here, for the last 3, 4, 5 days, we have had nothing but thunderstorms off and on. Parts of Missouri are in extreme flooding. Might make national world news, doubtful because it's Missouri and it's a red state. So most likely, the news will go, oh, where's Missouri? But anyway, very devastating flooding there. We've been seeing rain off and on most of the day here where I live. So hence why I've got this lovely cough interrupting us. All right, so I am going to get going. We're going to get the plane basically up to speed, and then we'll get into the navigation system. For those curious, it's the LTN 92. I prefer this over SIVA, many reasons. SIVA requires coordinates, longitude, latitude coordinates. LTN, you can put in your normal 545 character ICAO codes, airports, VORs. The only drawback to this device versus an FMC, you can't load in airways or SIDS by the name, so that by the name it loads them all in. You have to put them in individually. Same with airways and stars. So, but we'll get to that device here shortly. And now would be a good time to kind of show off what we're doing. One last note about the flight. We are 13 hours, 12 to 13 hours different than real world time. I chose to use the time where I'm at and set the sim there at ZUUU. Dang, this cough. Oh, and at the same time as it is at my house. That way, we're daylight. We get to enjoy flying from Mongolia down. Well, actually, I think it's a little south of Mongolia, but into Hong Kong. Because east of Hong Kong, I don't know how many miles, it's a pretty impressive typhoon. Welcome to Southeast Asia this time of the year. Hang on, I'm going to blow out my nose, see if that helps. All right, let's get to work, shall we? All right, first thing I want to do, since we're right here, let's just hit Elevatech up. What happened to Elevatech? Oh, okay, it just moved over. Again, I highly recommend to all of y'all, before you go on VATSIM, which I am right now, drill down on your airport so you can see if somebody's in the spot you want to be in, so you can be respectful and not be there. I know some of you that, okay, whoopee, and I'm sorry for you. But yeah, that's what we're doing. We're zooming out now so you can see the little typhoon over here. Yeah, little. That's pretty big when you think about the land it's covering. Yeah, there's an event. We'll kind of fly over, hopefully not be disrupted too much by it. And then there's Hong Kong down here. All right, real quick, here's the stats. We'll get a couple more here in a minute. We're flying an hour and 47 minutes, 960 miles at a cost index of Mach 0.85. It is not a cost index aircraft. We're going to fly at maybe 39,000. Well, the winds could be helpful to us there. So yeah, we may do that. And of course, being in China, they're in meters, which stinks. And I think this aircraft, especially because I don't think it's set up for it, like our nav displays are. Oh, the birds. The birds are flying around us. That's what all that shadowness was. Currently, we're looking at a payload of 62,040 pounds. We'll probably hit that number. Zero fuel weight will probably be heavier. Takeoff weight will be heavier, as with our fuel. Okay, now you can tell it's saying, whoa, you got 185,000 pounds of fuel. Yeah, well, we're going to fix that once we're ready to do that. Let me see if the OFP will help us on packs count quickly. No. Okay, no biggie. All right, we'll get that to you here in a second. So again, you can see we got some storms around. We'll see how this works out. I'm also using the weather 13 hours ago, which I told you I don't recommend doing. Just be ready to go real world when you get where you're going. Because if ATC, here's a classic. We're planning 1-3 right now, but the winds are 210. Hong Kong may want to land you east to west. In our case, would be south up north. So we may have to change, all right, and adapt to that. And of course, meaning we'd have to change our weather in the sim to real world. That's why I kind of tell y'all be careful when you're doing that. Just realize your weather in these historical files could be drastically different than real world today. Classic example, typhoon. East of Hong Kong, but as you know, the winds spin counterclockwise, so we could be getting these winds from the west to the east. All right, now let's head over here and start the getting it set up. So we'll go to the home button to load calculator. Now, the PAX loadout for today's flight, hang on, close that, 282 folks. Now, we're going to click one of the presets. I'm going to do 75%. Notice that right here is your final result. So currently, 295 folks aboard. Okay, we can lower that number. I'm going to drop a couple off here, drop a couple there, couple there. We still got to get rid of 7 bodies. Okay. And we'll take 1 more out of first class, 2 more. There we go. So we're only going to have 5 upstairs and 30 downstairs for first class. All right. Typically, this flight runs full. I know, that's just mind-boggling. But if you're looking to join a VA, now, Millennium Aviation is a really good VA to join. And matter of fact, they fit the bill here, except they don't have a requirement that you go through aircraft to get to the heavies. Some VAs do. Some VAs, regardless of hours, require you to start, there are few of them, not many, in the small planes and work your way up. However, if you start looking for, Far East airlines like Cathay, Singapore, and such, you're going to find they don't have many small aircraft. Now, Cathay might, because they have purchased a couple of other airlines. Singapore, I don't think, has many small aircraft, if any. That tells you the kind of traffic loads these aircraft carry. So those might be some airlines you want to think about. Also, be ready, there could be a language barrier from your home country to theirs. Hang on, I didn't check something before I went live, so I'm doing it right now. Yep, I thought so. Okay, and that's what I get. Bear with me a second. I just kind of started thinking it through. All right, and all right, the rest of them I can get later. Oh wait, that one, yeah, we'll keep it like that for now. All right, sorry for the on the fly updating here of some things. I'll get this one real quick. Okay, and might as well, since I've taken the time out to ruin a quick startup, we've got a little bit of time here. Ooh, let me go back and check something. All right, one other note before we really get into getting this plane set up. We are going to be landing with a free scenery for Saitek. It's called, hang on a second. Wonderful Saitek Jets over Kowloon. You're gonna see just how wonderful. Quick caveat, I have not updated it, and I'll tell you why. I didn't get a chance to test it. To make sure, because I've known the past 3 or 4 flights we've done into this airport, things worked. And I'm always scared when I update just after a NavGraph update that something's going to break. And I don't want that to happen. So we're hoping for the best here. All right, so let's get to it. Let's get this plane going. Sorry for that distractions. Shame on that captain in there that doesn't get things up to date quickly. Wait, what is that? Is that a plane here? Nope. Okay. All right. Now, so I said 282 peeps aboard. We've got that showing in the final results. Now, we're showing 0 cargo. Cargo is gold, especially back in these days. It would be not a far stretch to say that the underbelly of a plane paid for the flight. You, the people above it, were pure profit, or very close to that. Air freight, if you've ever priced air freight, it's not cheap. Um, so it was one of those things many people didn't do. So we're going to use cargo presets. I'm going to put us to 50%. Now, as you look at our final results, first off, we added What do we got? 38, 52, roughly 60,000 rough pounds to this plane. Above the zero that SimBrief put, which no knock to SimBrief. That's just how their randomizers did it. So that brought our payload up to 122,440 pounds. Like I said, nearly doubling our payload. So that is why I told you the fuel will be different. Okay, because when we now work the fuel side of the house, it's adjusting for different zero fuel weights, takeoff weights, and so forth. All right, so today's flight we said was 960 miles. We'll keep it at 1,000. Reason being it'll be 950 otherwise. We're going to go to 39. Today's flight average wind 125 at 16. So it's actually southeasterly. We're going to actually be in a headwind. I know, going west to east, you're like, how do you get in a headwind? Very simple. Called a typhoon, making the winds a little different than you're used to. So we'll put a, where were we? Here we are. Headwind of 20 on this. That'll cover, you know, the fluctuations. Alternates distance, Guangzhou. And that I can get real quick. Hang on. Click. Let me just check something real quick. Good. All right. Alternate Guangzhou, 155 miles. We'll call it 200. We always go at least 10% on our contingency fuel and at least a 30-minute taxi, at least. And there's our numbers. Now let me show you. Okay, so again, we were planning 80,368 pounds, but because of the additional cargo weight on board, oh yeah, we blew that out the window. But really not by much if you look at it. Remember, 80,000 pounds of fuel, we're only 17,000 pounds more. So we really didn't, it's not one of those exponential things that blow it up. It's just more weight, a little bit more fuel. I mean, there isn't a lot of fuel savings in those big engines on these big planes, but they're not as guzzling as you think sometimes. So for 1,000 miles, 39,020 is our headwind component. It technically is only 11, but I'm giving it a little. 200 miles, again, we're giving it a little. 10% contingency fuel, 30 for our taxi, yielding 97,118 pounds needing to be loaded. That's our loadout, folks. Load sheet looks a little like this. We got the same amount of passenger weight as we do cargo weight, almost a little bit more in the passengers. They might want to back off the sushi a little. Working it right on down. So, and we can return. There's really nothing there. To load the plane now, all this was calculator. Now, I've never pushed this button, and I don't plan to. I'm going to go to refuel. Now, I told you, in this case, always push use load data. We are going to be pumping out a lot of fuel, and that will take time. So we're going to instantly drop the plane down to our weight. However, in a few minutes, we're going to begin the boarding process. Again, use the load data sheet. That way your numbers fill in, and then down here it'll tell you we have a crew of 14 now. You can real-time load cargo and people, as well as, and the cargo, or you can, like we did just now with the fuel, instant. We're going to go with real world, but let's get the plane to a point. And for that, let's get the flight engineer to work. All right, now technically I could fire up the APU. We're gonna hold and stay on ground power and ground air. Okay, if it says test, test it. If you're gonna, oh, hang on. Okay, APU's where we're at. One last thing, I told new users I'd let you know this. This checklist, if you go through it, let it walk you through and you look for everything, it will stop if the item is not where it needs to be to allow you to find it. All right. So we're just going to use it as a guide for this one and the flight engineer, and then let it take us through from there on. Okay, let me get up here. So again, if you're going to go that route though, make sure anything that says test, you test, because it will stop until you do it. Trim air, humidifier. We'll come back. Now, for the next tests, I recommend come back here and then turn your point of view forward. You're going to be testing your fire alarm on your engines as well as your cargo. Sorry, had to figure out where I was. First, we'll do the squib test. Your test is right here. See the 4 light up? Overheat. And then right here is just the 1 for the cargo bay. And then you can snap back. I've got it set up to just, work off my num keys. Okay. All right, let's get the current weather. We'll just set for that 10:03. Okay, bear with me a second. Okay, that's equivalent to 62. All right. What I'm doing is just seeing how close we are. We're actually pretty doggone close. All right. So that's taken care of. Now, I'm going to switch to here. This is funny. This is your check for your fuel jettison. Okay, we're just checking the gauges. Everything looks good. All right. Did that. Okay, so. Crap. Try to keep things as balanced as I can. I may go back and reload fuel. All right, pumps on. Okay, the, as I call them, idiot lights work. Cross feeds. And we will not be doing too much with these in this flight. It's a rather short flight, so that's why. Longer flights, when these numbers of tank 2 and 3 are higher than 4 and 1, then we may have to work with the, I'm sorry, when, yeah, they're much higher, above 4,000, we may have to work them. Okay, that takes care of the main panel. Last but not least, here's your engines, and we'll be looking at these are N2 right here when we do startup. The rest are, just so you know, oil right here above 6 quarts, your panel lights and all. And we'll talk a little more when we get up to the front about the audio panel. One of the neat things the Sims of late have come out with, and I'm talking of 2020 timeframe, because this was not an FSX thing. You can manipulate the sound levels in your. Oh, hang on. There we go. All right, just getting an echo in my phone. Dang it! I hate when I do that. Drop my phone. Sorry about that, folks. Bear with me. Let me just check things out. Oh. Oh, no. Come on. What did I do? Oh, boy. Oh, I know what happened. There we go. Anyway, where you can manipulate the sound level, keep it lower. All that to Joe had to go through. What happened is the num lock got turned off. All right, now we'll go to the overhead. Coming down, we're just looking. Yaw dampers are on. You can do the test if you want. I normally don't. Anti-skid on. Body gear steering all armed. We'll hold right now. I've got them in standby just so that they would be on for you. Okay, ignition's good. Go to low, click, click, come up, and lights are off. Coming down, wheel well check, good. Testing the CVR, looks good. Start valve good, normal. Armed on the emergency lights. Coming down again, everything's off. USB, or yep. And now, got a couple more tests here. Okay. Indicator lights all look good up here, in the middle, down here, back up, and that can get turned off. Okay, logos, nav lights are on. Coming to the fun part now. Let me just get a quick chart. One. All right. Okay, panel lighting set, radio on the switch, up left. And what we're checking, let me get that out of the way. We're checking the deviations here to make sure. You may not get much depending on which side of the runway you are, but also the glide slope you're looking at. Okay, and that all looked good. Okay, flight director looks good. Off, off, off. We're on runway 2, so I'm going to just set to 0 for now. Okay, vertical speed 0. We're definitely not going to go to 50,000. I'm going to take it down to about, what's airport elevation here? 16. To about 2,000 feet. Four 4,000 works for me. Okay, off, off. Flight director looks good. 1, 1, 1. Okay, go ahead and click these. They're bugging the heck out of me. Up left on the first officer looks good. Down right, great. Radio. Okay, now the fun. Okay, we're just kind of coming across. Test. All right, we're going to zoom in. We said 1, 0. Okay, now notice on the altimeter we do have the millibars and inches of mercury. We don't have meters. So you would have to have a chart, or hopefully they would be nice to tell you that. Okay. Up top here real quick, push to test 1, push to test 2. Outer marker lights. This is going to be the only audible. Checking our lights for these two. Okay, coming down, everything looks good. Reset, click, click. Okay, altitude. Let's dial down. You've all heard that before. I would usually drill it down a little further so we come up here it again, but I'm not worried about it. This you've never heard on Flying with Mike.
Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, glide slope, glide slope.
Like I said, never, ever does that go off. Yeah, I know. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Anyway, gear lever down, indication's good. All right, push to test 1, 2, testing, that looks good. Off, off. Now, over here, when we do the radar altimeter, it will not sound. But you saw the test. Everything looks good otherwise. As we work our way back across. And we're going to start warming up the tubes in the radar. Whoa, that seems different. Maybe not. Okay, and then there's our two. This is, by the way, the pilot, co-pilot CDUs, or A and B, and then C, or the flight engineer, back here. All right, here we go. We'll bring up nav 2, which will now RX X pilot. Got the frequency set where exponder and standby. Everything else looks good. Now, trying to think. Trying to think where my mind wanted to go. We'll go ahead, fire up the APU, and start getting these people aboard. And getting, oh, I know, getting our nav system up and going. Okay, let's slide over. Here's your APU gauges. Okay, waiting for the door to open. Light out. Okay. EGT rising, RPMs coming up. Okay, we are now internal APU on. All right, you all should be hearing the air. We're going to get the hydraulics charged up, and yeah, we're ready to board people. Before I do that, let's talk about the INS real quick. Let's go ahead, move to align. Okay. All right, so we're in alignment. Let's take a look at that. Really not much to show here. Okay, so what you would do in the real world is you would put your lat long. You could even change this in by clicking AN to alpha and put your code right in. When it's on November, the lower, let me, you know what, let me do it the easy way. Let me just bring it up. It's a lot bigger, a lot easier. All of those items, lower part of the button, become active, especially numbers. When you're on A, only the top. So it would be your alpha, your A, B, C, D, E, F, G, have your kids continue the song. But I'm going to do this a little different. And you can have all three of these up. Okay, I'm going to do it a little quicker, because some of you may not know this exists. Okay, go to the INS button, click align. Now, when we go, look at that. They're all set with the current location. Now, if you wanted to check this, bring in charts. Maybe. Oh, it didn't light up. Why didn't it light up? Interesting. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead. Oh, I can't. Let's go to TAC. Okay, first go to your airport, click the charts, go to taxi, start scrolling down. You're going to find your airport. This is what it looks like. Your parking stands, figure out where you are. We're in 172, by the way. And then, oh, they don't have coordinates at this one. Then you would look for parking stand coordinates or something to that effect. They don't in China. Wow, aren't they a little, let's not give away too much in the breadbasket. But anyway, so then you would drill down on what your coordinates are, and then you would put those in. Well, that was kind of silly. So much for trying to show something neat. Okay, be gone. Now, when you saw charts, you noticed VHHX was not showing because the airport, like I said in the beginning, does not exist. All right, so everything is set for us to do our thing. Let's click status. Up, and we are, code 1 is, go figured, aligned. So we're good to go. We could actually begin putting in our coordinates. However, now I am going to come over here because we're going to have some to put in. Let's open the flight plan. And I wish we could go to the bottom. Because there it is. Click. Now we have to figure out what. Well, we obviously want all. Do we want to? I'm going to do after waypoint 0. You're looking, well, it didn't change. Well, let's go to waypoint. Why didn't you change? Oh. There they are. And then if we go, boy, that one may require me to bring up number 2. There they are. Ooh, that's brutal. All right, now. Sorry, this is getting a little longer than intended. But now let's start boarding those people. Okay, got the cargo and the people loading. Now we got to go and look at our departure. IDB. Okay, let me, now I can show something of value on charts. Okay, so we're going to be doing the IDBRH3 to right. Let's see, to right. I don't really want to have to taxi that far. Let's do to left. All right. Well, you just saw it. Now we got to get a different run or departure. All right, we're wanting to go out to IDBOR. Okay, so let's click it. Okay, I'm just going to add that to the route. Okay, now the fun part. Now we get to go hunt it down. All right, Sid. Oh boy. No. Two left, right. Which ones do we have here? All right, here's our departure. Found it. 7K. And you can see it, IDBOR 7K. So, very simple. We're going to add UU40102 and then take it from there. Real simple. Okay, I know you're going, yeah, for you it is. So hang on, where are we here? Actually, UU401. What do we got? 402. And then, oh, and then we're going to, okay, so we just hit clear. All right, real simple. So we're coming off our departure airport. 401 will begin to go. We're going to try to get the INS direct to 401, if not 402, and then on to IBOR. So pretty simple RNAV departure. One thing that's, oh, wow, look at that. It puts it up. Oh, wow, I didn't know we had a nav display. How about that? Hang on. It's just like a nav display. I'll be doggone. Huh. Interesting. Okay, sorry, folks. New toy. All right, so we got to get it from here to there. Pretty simple, straightforward stuff. You know, that way you don't have to type it in to both places. All right, so we click the RMT. We have to make this one the master since that's where it's at. Okay. And click enter. Then sorry folks, I'm going to just cheat because it's a lot easier remote. Make this a slave as a receive. Okay. And then the flight engineers, same thing. Remote, down arrow, puts it on slave, enter. Okay. Enter. System B right here, System C, flight engineer right below us. And then we just click enter. And it's going to transfer all the waypoints from here to Hong Kong. Now, in flight, we'll update for our arrival into Hong Kong. Why? Couple of reasons. Actually, I probably could have put the star in. Problem is, since we don't have it in charts, it makes it a little difficult. Okay, cross-filled complete. There they are. Okay. You know what? We got a couple minutes. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. All right. I'm going to do it in flight. A little bit. The reason I'm okay, we got a couple an hour and a half. All right, we'll do it that way. Where are we standing here? We're about 40 people away. So what else could we be doing? Okay. Flight plan. I know. One last thing we could be doing, getting them ready to update. That includes going, and you have to do this on each one. So we'll go to status. Change UDT. I think we go expand now, right? All right, we want okay. So what we have to do is while we're flying, keep the INS in check, in alignment by using VORs, RNAV fixes if necessary to achieve that. But the primary are VORs. They do the best. And you'll have to be looking on your charts for them. And you have to do this on each one. Okay. Now, if you enable GPS, it will always stay up to date. Where you find this the big is when you cross the oceans, like New York to Europe, San Francisco to the Far East. you're not going to have VORs to keep up to date. But if you're on GPS, it will. Problem is, if you're flying it like you want to real world, they didn't have GPS back then. So that's going to be your call. So we'll go up here, get number 2 again. Status, down arrow, expand. Okay, that one's set. We'll just go down here real quick. System. Okay, let me get a frequency here. Okay, that ain't helping. What is that? 115.7. About 17.9. Okay, we are there. You see, when that green light's on, you're updating. You can use VORs, the same one. I like to work from different ones. 17.1 for the other side. Too far. Okay, we'll just go 17.9. There we go. All right, and that keeps them in alignment. All right, so we're set, ready to go here. We're ready to go here, 282, and all our cargo is on board. And we're just about ready for takeoff or for pushback. I know it took quite a while to get to this point, but hey, welcome aboard. All right, we need 400 feet. Okay, we are just about ready. All right, because when we put now, why I checked, I was checking for the electrics, make sure the APU has them. Because when I tell the jetways to go away, guess what?
Ground power disconnected.
That's what happens. All right, let's do a quick checklist run. And by that I mean, like I said, we're just going through start levers off, radios on, flight control, good, good. Takeoff warning. All that is we're checking to see the config of the checkoff. And that's what that sound is for. Okay, flaps up, spoilers down. We're ready to go. Next. And then we'll rejoin this after start. Okay. Here we go. Let's call better pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up. Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Shocks removed.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Okay, bear with me here. I'm getting my numbers for takeoff. All right, speed bugs are set. 121, 140. We'll rotate 154. Clear a 50 object. Okay, we need 7,200 feet. All right, let's just...
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback. And you may start engines.
Okay, to start them up. Okay, I'm just checking the policy right now. Common traffic is now across the Australia Pacific region. Also, don't forget North America, Caribbean, and Mexico. All are on CTAF as well. Which I know many of you don't use because you either forget or just don't want to switch your radios.
Attention all aircraft. QNH 1024.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Starting engine 4.
Start valve open.
That's not the one I wanted, but we'll do it. You can look to the flight engineer panel for N2 or just wait for
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
or wait for him to tell you. Hey, first time chatter, New Skies, welcome aboard, and yes, howdy, and welcome aboard.
Starter off.
Yeah, I do like this plane, I just don't fly it enough.
Engine stabilized.
I need to. All right, now we'll start the one I meant to start.
Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay, there go the numbers up, looking good.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
All right, parking brake
Parking brake
set.
set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Saitek, huh? Oh, you know there's a wonderful scenery out there.
Engine stabilized.
Try it again. Okay, I'm fooling myself. So what did I do?
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on.
Hose
Light up.
disconnected and bypass bin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open. 20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay, we're just waiting for the final commands or final words from our flight engineer.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
All right. Head over here, get some electrics on the engines.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine and the ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Hey, new skies, thanks for the follow. We sure always appreciate people following the channel, and glad you're here. Thank you so much for that follow. Let's see, door lights are indeed out. And he said we're good on electrics, so bleeds off. We're off the generator, stopping the APU. All right, let's go to the next one. Like I told you, we'll run through these, but first, whoops, I always do that. Dadgummit. This one we planned for 10. Let's up it to 20 on our flaps just for safety.
Flaps 20.
Okay, we need to go back to that page one more time. We're going to be trim 3.4. Okay, let's check our flight controls. All right, this black bar here, if you click on, actually I'm going to click that up, will take your yoke in and out of view. Also, you've got a gauge right here, barely on my screen, on your screen, I should say. But that'll also show you your flight controls. If you come to the center, obviously you can watch it better. And we're going to check the ailerons. And I should say spoilerons, because spoilers come up too on the appropriate side. Elevator. and your rudder. Now, I will tell you this much. If you're going through the checklist and it holds you up at flight control check, as soon as you're done with the elevator and the ailerons, elevators up, down on the nose, aileron tilts the plane left and right, it'll continue on. And then I do make sure nothing on my desk is blocking it. Okay, we're good. All right, what else do we have? Probe heats on, stape trim set, yaw dampers, seat belts. We're good. Let's see.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Are we doing this again?
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
Hold on.
Whoa, now I know I turned it. I turned it on test.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Okay, we're going to
Parking
go ahead
brake
and
release.
start our taxi.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
Okay, you're going to get a little bit of a idea for those not familiar with this plane. The how the volumes work, and it should be, you know, on all the newer sims. Okay, hang on a second.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed.
Now, you hear how it's barely readable? I don't know how it is to you all. That's because on the audio panels, you can set the PA very low. Look at that. Okay, I'm still getting used to. I thought I saw some toggles here. Wonder why the no radar work is not. All right, I am gonna run the before takeoff checks here. All right, we're showing some precipitation over here on the radar, but it says no here. So we're gonna get rid of it. All right.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Damn.
I know. Hold on. All right. What do we got left? Packs are off. Fuel. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. And all right, let me look at this departure. Oh, dang it. Okay. Don't have headings. That sucks. And runway heading 24. Okay. And let me just look one more time. Any restrictions? We're going to 39,000 then. Okay. Set, set, and set. Okay. Okay. No controller, so we're cleared for takeoff. Yes, I'm gonna look. Yeah, I don't see anyone on the map. We're cleared for takeoff. Here we go. Hang on just a second. All right, folks, sorry for that. I wanted to say hi to the wife and get laundry continued. New Sky, thank you so much for the subscription. We sure appreciate and welcome you aboard. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this thing in the air. We've been on the ground almost 2 hours. Holy mackerel. I definitely need to fly this plane more.
Parking brake set. Parking brake released.
Okay, that caught me off guard. Let's finish up here.
Disarm. Cabin crew, take your seats.
Back valves. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed. Stabilized. Thrust set.
knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up. Flaps 5. Flaps 1.
Flaps up.
Okay, we are finally in the air. Holy mackerel, sorry for the long ground time. Oh, irritates me when I do that. All right, so we are climbing away through 8,000. Oh, what's transition if I can even read it? Looks like 10,000 we can set 2992.
$10,000.
All right, we are in climb mode out of here, and all looks good. We're getting our climb rate set to hold the speed, and let's finalize our climb out. Lights off.
Cabin ready.
Okay, let's run that last checklist here.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever. Off. Landing and logo lights. Off. Ignition.
Check.
Seat belts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
All right, everything is now set. We are on our way. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you got a couple of things out of that. Let me go ahead, bring the Elevatech overlay in. There we go. And we're just shy of an hour out of Saitek, hour out of fun. News guys, I'll be honest, I don't know. I just updated, that's what some of the delay was in getting started this morning. To the passenger, I only have the passenger, by the way, 1.2.11.2. That came out either yesterday or within the last couple of days. And I have that between the two, and I don't know if I like it or not, because like you know, we turned on the radar. Oh, maybe. And it says no radar. Let's do this. Let's learn. Heading over to options. There's how it is. I guess when you update, it's defaulted to on. Be kind of nice if it was up. Oh, it is. It'd be kind of nice if it was. What's INS? Mode in op. I wonder what that's all about. I mean, it's a nice thing to have, but again, no weather radar. It's a nice addition. Not sure if it's really needed. But yeah, there was an update. Hell, I'll get it for you right now. Yesterday, around 1400 ZUUU my time. So close to 1500. So 14 to 1500 yesterday. So, yeah, there's an update. And you know, the funny thing is, oh, there it is, the very final line. Added new nav display. Huh. To me, that would be better off as weather radar. But hey, something new to be watching, to be using. And so, yeah, that is awesome. All right, let me check here. Okay, we need to set our altimeters since everything else changed but this one. So 2992. That's good. Let's get our pressurization at 2992. All right. Now, I'm set a little higher than 39,000 for my pressurization to handle the fluxing of altitude between the two. So that way we keep the cabin pretty close to what altitude we're at up there. Now we'll see if I remember to pull it off as we come down. So all right, we're at 6.9. So as we get closer to Mach 0.85, we'll transition to a Mach airspeed, climb, hold, or speed hold on our climb before I switch it actually into Mach hold. So anyway, hey, welcome aboard. Those just tuning in, we are flying from Chengdu, China. That's Zulu uniform, uniform, uniform. If you don't know phonetics, Z, U, 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 to Saitek. And that is the old Hong Kong airport, no longer in existence in the real world. Victor Hotel, Hotel X-Ray. And great scenery available in X-Plane. It's free, and this is the part I really love about the X-Plane scenery. All of it is X-Plane libraries. Nobody else's library, just what comes from X-Plane. So you're not constantly running up with, oh, this scenery's missing stuff. This scenery's missing stuff. It gets so old to me when I see that. I have to get rid of the scenery. I just get tired of seeing that message. And there's other software out there that I just got rid of because they update so often, too frequently, and in flight at times, and it screws up. Oh, this weather and the sinuses. Oh. So, but great, phenomenal scenery. Oh, and it's not like other sceneries into Saitek, where you're basically just kind of doing your own thing because you got to really dig in to change frequencies in here. That's already done for you. Now, for the MD-11s, I'm not certain. I've not yet flown an Airbus into here yet. I just used the classic. I mean, come on, the 747 is the classic in here. And, I just love flying this approach. It's called the checkerboard for those out there. IGS-13. That's what we're scheduled for. Now, we're going to begin working off Hong Kong to figure out if that is going to hold or if we're going to have to come in 3-1. 1-3 flies, you fly at a checkerboard at a particular DME. Off that frequency, you turn for the runway. And it's easy when you have skies like this. But when the weather comes in, which, they never have weather in the Far East. Come on, really? It's always sunny and 75 million degrees, but it's sunny. Yeah, right. You want a good sketch, Robin Williams. The late Robin Williams. Good Morning Vietnam, when he first goes on air in Vietnam. Oh, in the movie, it is hilarious. True, but hilarious. It's actually, I've seen several outtakes. This movie, by the way, was, good Lord, back in the early 2000s, late 90s. It's still just as funny then as it is today. So, anyway, check it out if you haven't. It's always hot, it's always raining, and add fun to this flight, there's a typhoon. Couple of 100 miles east of Hong Kong, working back out to sea, I think, towards Japan and Korea. or maybe just south. But anyway, yeah, there is a typhoon to mess up everything. So that's our quick update, but welcome aboard. We're in the Felis 747-200 where you are working everything. And speaking of which, let's get over here and check. Fuel burns look good. Yeah, we're looking good. All right, so I am going to take a quick break. I need to use the restroom. Got one chore to get going again. Oh, I need to update. Hang on. Hang on before we go anywhere. What VORs are in our... Oh boy. There's one. Try it. 13.1. Oh, that's a little far out, but that'll come into... Oh, it's got it. Good deal. All right, 16.7. That'll work. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we're updating there. And you can see we are progressing pretty nicely. I'm going to bring up VATSIM radar. So there you have it. And we are 695 miles out an hour and 20 minutes or so. So enjoy the flight. We will be right back. Let me get some things done behind the scenes.
All right, I'm back with y'all now. Okay, we're about an hour and 12 minutes. Let's get an idea what's going on at the real Hong Kong. Oops. Okay, winds, 220. Huh. Okay, well, we're right there on the cusp of do I fly the IGS or not? We'll have to get a little closer, I guess. My fear is some, controllers will come up for Hong Kong and force us to 3-1 because they're landing on the 2-5s. All right, now part of the update has started because we're so close to the VOR on nav2 that it's just too close to update off of. It will catch us on the other side. Same will happen because we're going to actually overfly nav1. All right, now some ask me why have I not switched to INS on my panel here. Nope, there we go. I have found I don't necessarily have to. I can still work the headings and what have you there. Oh, wrong way. That way. In case we do lose an INS or lose the system, we can then go to our backups. I can still but if you don't think you have to. Okay, and then like I said, we'll brief a little closer. We just won't be able to use navgraph charts or charts, but we'll be up to date here shortly. We are 34,000 feet, so we're still climbing. Well, thank you, New Skies. Yeah, it always does look good. I've always kind of leaned toward the Spirit of Hong Kong livery, but the one I really wanted, I had a hard time finding, and I haven't found it yet. I've got the, I think, current paint scheme for it, and a lot of the cargoes as if it was a BCF, but I haven't found the green stripes down the side. Oh, we're getting fast. Hang on. All right, we're gonna manipulate this a little bit because it can't seem to hold the speed. You know what?
1,000 to level off.
Okay, just trying to adjust speed here for our altitude. Okay, got 100 to go. We'll hold it there. All right, welcome in, Raiders from Cargo Fire. Welcome aboard. Much appreciated to see y'all here. Welcome in. You're with Flying with Mike. I've been in the flight simming world. Hang on a second here. Let me just pull the EPR up real quick. Been here since about 1999, 2000 time frame. Been through many of the Microsoft's flight sims. In the year 2020, switched to X-Plane and X-Plane only. Hey, hello. Sorry for the raid and run, but have to take care of it. Hey, not a problem, sir. Cargo Fire, we thank you so much. You're welcome anytime you want. But welcome in, Raiders. Currently flying from Chengdu, China to Saitek in Hong Kong, the old Hong Kong International Airport. All right, and all right, once we get settled here, let me switch gears. Here's where it gets fun, trying to keep up with radios. Let's try 16.8. Okay, let's see where we are on our speed. Okay, let's all right, hang on here. We're going to try. Continue our climb. Thank you for following Cargo Fire. We sure appreciate it. Like I said, you're welcome anytime aboard. All right, just, okay, 180, so that'll come in line here soon. We need another one. 14.3.
Dive.
Pratt PT6, welcome in.
Dive.
We're not going to dive. Sorry. Sorry, we're just struggling to make 39. We'll make it, but how much time we'll have is... Oh, yeah, we should have plenty. But welcome in there, Pratt PT6. All right, we should be getting an update on number 1 here shortly. We're very close to the strength that we'll need for it. Where's KWE? Oh, okay, so 14.3. Okay, so that's 20 miles out. And we're going to begin thinking about which runway we are going to land at. Um, all right, we're inching our way up, but within the next 2 or 3 minutes, we should be there. Again, we're headed to Saitek. We're going to do another check here. Not expecting huge changes. So 220. Okay, so it's
1,000 level off.
technically still favoring the 1-3, but by barely. By the way, no updating going on because we're over flying KWE. Okay, what I do want to kind of... All right, we're just watching our speed now as it's creeping back up. So I hope you all have had a great week. It has been a long and tiring week for me, just because I did a lot of longer route driving for our company. delivering parts, getting out way out from St. Louis. And, you know, it's not like it used to be where those were just, oh, yeah, we'll just go out and come back. Well, and the trucks were, of course, semis, which are a lot nicer, easier riding on the body. But, boy, yeah, I felt like I'd driven 700 miles like I used to in the semi at the end of those runs. So, but they were fun. I love doing them. And more the merrier. We just have to get you reacquainted to them. So I hope your week went well too. We are out of the 4th of July now, by the way, and I know this is going to be depressing to many in the northern latitudes. You know, the sun is going down earlier and earlier and earlier. That means in a couple of months. Yeah. So I know right now it's not really noticeable, but by the end of July, early August, you'll start to notice the times are of sunset a lot earlier than what we witnessed at the 4th of July. Between, say, the 17th of June to about 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th of July. Oh, you just updated it. Oh, if that nav display is not displayed, look in your options. It was like page 3 on mine, but it came on automatic. It was defaulted to that. Awesome new skies. We're getting there, so hang on. Let's bring this back up. And should be holding there. I'm still in Mach and didn't realize it. There we go. It'll bounce, but yeah, for the most part, we're there. To be honest, this knob is pretty much useless when you're in Mach. Once it's set, it will stay. So wherever you turned it on to Mach, that's the speed it's going to try to maintain. You'll know it right here. Let me just make it bigger. Your speed displays right here, and that little circle tells you if you're fast or slow than what you're set. All right. Looking again at the clock, we are just now about an hour out. Let me look to see. Oh, and all that traffic that was headed to Guangzhou is already vacated. So currently, no traffic of concern. Let's just double check that. Hang on. Oop. No, not really seeing anything as of yet to be in the Hong Kong area at our time. So we'll plan 1-3. All right, let's plan 1-3, shall we? Now, unfortunately, I do not have this chart up, but I'm going to take a look. Go to waypoint. See what our last fix is. POU. POU. Okay. So we need one more. There we go. Then it is, oops, Tamat. Tango Alpha. And Oscar and a Tango. Enter. 22, 21, 113, 52. Perfect. Enter. This one I'm skeptical of. We'll find out if it will take. MACAIR MOUSE. Enter. Enter. Okay. Let's go. Hang on. Hang on. We're gonna check something. No, wait. What am I doing? Let's do it the easy way. Looks like it's in there. That's about where it's supposed to be. All right. Well, okay. Chalet is next. Charlie, CH, Charlie, Hotel, Alpha, Lima, India. Enter. Coordinates are 2117. Okay, 11336. Close enough. Boom. That looks good. And then we're headed to CH. Oh, this one stinks. Well, let's see how easy, if it'll be easy on us. Enter. Enter. Perfect. And then we're off to Gulf. G O L F. Enter. Enter. Well, I'll be doggone. All right. Now, from here, we kind of hand fly it. Okay. Something's, hang on. Okay, we're doing fine. I'm seeing gauges moving. And basically, you are going to overfly the new Hong Kong airport. And okay, I think we'll leave it at that. And as we head out to Gulf, we'll set up for it. Okay, so we have it entered. Now, realize you can do RNAV approaches. You cannot, hey, Iowa Scotsman, welcome aboard. You cannot do RNIPs. Difference. Radio navigation is just that. You're flying laterally. RNIP includes a glide sloping, a vertical component a lot of times. That's why you can't. You cannot do a vertical component approach, but you can RNAV in. So that's the difference between SIVA and LTN. SIVA, you gotta have those coordinates. If you don't have lat long, you're gonna have to fly VOR to VOR, NDB to NDB. Oh, God forbid if we had to do that. But with RNAV, yeah, you can follow the navigational points. Now, technically, this approach, I am not seeing any fixes on it. So we're just going to basically come off Gulf. It's basically 270 radial off of Chung VOR. And then we're going to kind of swing it wide and come around and catch the IGS. Now, the IGS should have glide slope, just like an ILS, except it's a displacement aimed at a checkerboard. You'll see it as we come in, and I'll make sure we're descending at the right points. So I know I wish I could show my charts here. I know New Skies, if you have the new scenery there in Saitek, one of the folders, actually the document folder, has all these charts. And boy, do they help. I wish we could get them into charts from NavGraph, but we can't. Whole lot of reasons, I'm sure. So anyway, we're programmed up. We are 47 minutes according to Elevatech. That will kind of vary as we come down. And we're working our way there. Let me come. Oh, before we go any further, you know what we got to do? That's right. We got to do the copy it to the other two, and then most likely have to turn them on. Hang on. Back to our route. So hang on. Where is? Oh, that's up here. All right. So copy goes like this. We click remote. Make this the master since that's where we made the updates. Enter. Okay, now it's saying crossfill complete, but we're not set up yet. Remote. Drop down to slave. Enter. Same thing down here. Remote. Down arrow will get you there. Enter. Back up and enter. So now we have 33 waypoints. Now it's going to put all of those back in. Hang on a second before we go any further. Dang it, I did it the hard way again. Sorry, folks. Okay. That way we can make sure we don't veer. Enter. B and C ready to go. Enter to transmit. Okay, looks like we're staying on course. Okay, we're coming up on the completion. cross-fill complete. Go to waypoints here. We would scroll down, we would see it. Okay, we just have to J, enter. Okay, and then down here, S, J, and there you have it. We now have the Saitek set up. All we'll have to do is update VOR frequencies and headings as we get closer. Top of descent for today. You know, that's a good question. All right, so flight level 280 by Mike. And so 280. So we got to drop 11,000 feet. That's 33 miles out. So that'll be about halfway down from Taymont. So we'll kind of play it by ear. You never know. Center may come up and tell us what to do anyway. So, all right. So there you have it. We're now set up into Saitek. We're now set up with an idea, general idea of where we're going to start our top of descent, about halfway between Taymont and the fix called Mike. And that's 28,000, and then we'll work our way in and figure out from there. 4,800 feet, I believe, is the intercept for the IGS. Remember, flying the IGS, full, if you fly it, you're overhead the new Hong Kong airport, which most people head to. So be very mindful, that you do need the altitude. All right, so we're inbound, folks. We're turning off of Sierra. What the heck was it called? Come on, there we go. Sierra Juliet Golf, direct now to Golf Mike Charlie. That's about 90 mile out. Or no, I'm sorry. That is not what I thought. We're about, 90 miles out. I was right. Okay. So, all right, we're on trimix right now. So we need to find some VOR. We're overhead 1. So we'll kind of slow our roll. 16.8, that one. The other one we'll work from will be... They're not easy to find out here. I'm going to tell you that right now. I may have to, let's do it. Okay, so. All right, one helper here. Go back to the INS button. nearest DMEs. Okay, GMAC is not bad. GLB, where's GL? Let's try it. There's GMC. All right, I'm going to set one of them to that. GMC is 1765. Okay, so we got them both updating. Now, when you look at that, there's, by the way, GLB. It could be behind you, which is not very helpful. And we'll do... try to see if there is anything useful. This one's a little too far out. So is this one. Yeah, they just 14.9, I guess, is what we'll use. And we'll be too close here soon. So once we cross, get past it, it'll help us for a little bit. But we got one. Worst case scenario, I could turn them both on it. That is just bizarre. All right, so we are on our way. Hey, you know what? Let's take a look out the window. A lot's been going on in the cockpit. Welcome to Flying with Felis, or Felix. Or no, Felis, I guess it is. And wow, a lot goes on up there, folks. Remember, you're the pilot, the co-pilot, and the flight engineer all in one job. And it gets complicated, especially if you're using either the SIVA or the LTN. If you're using the FMS, makes it a little easier, more manageable, what you're used to in many, because once you set the flight engineer, let's be honest, other than a couple of little things here and there en route or descending, you can kind of forget it. Now, if you're long distance run, yeah, you might have to bounce back for fuel, setting the cross feeds up, setting the pumps up, and all of that. But short haul like this, 2-hour flight, your fuel, you got to get over 4 hours before you start managing fuel. So pretty simple to take short haul flight, but yet very complex. Gives us enough time, though, to bounce out and look at the city of Hong Kong. Or Spirit, sorry. All right, and we can't get too far away from the cockpit because we got a lot to manage. All right, so we should be back up and about to start updating again off that 114.9. There it is. And we'll continue to the other one. I'm going to tell you right now, folks, if you haven't purchased this with X-Plane, go to Felis, actually go to the X-Plane store and look for it. Hang on a second. Our dog, I'm hitting my armrest and the dog's thinking, there's someone here. They're here to see me. Not those humans, me. Anyway, I highly recommend it. Head over to the X-Plane store. Look for Felis' 747. Folks, you're gonna enjoy. Now, if you're new to the sim, it's going to be a little overwhelming because, like I said, you have this to contend with. Captain on the left, first officer on the right. Now, granted, you're doing both of those jobs at once anyway, but in this plane, it would really be nice to have at least that body there. But you're doing both these jobs here and this guy's job. Now, it's not complicated back here at all, but they're in setting up to fly, yes, pre-flight there's a lot. In climbing, descending, there's a little more to do, but once you hit cruise, all you're dealing with is down here, the fuel pumps and the cross feeds. Okay, period. That's it. Now, yes, before you all hit the comments saying, there were no tablets back then. True. But are you certain? No. You're right, there weren't. And you can get rid of them in the options page. Right here. You can get rid of these. But you're going to need it to load it and all that fun stuff. All right, we're not close enough yet to pick up what the map is saying the weather is in Saitek. But we are trucking. We're getting close to GMC, so let's push out to, hang on, see if we can get it, 16.5. Oh, yeah. Now, FedEx users and China Southern Airlines, you know that one. That is GAO, which is one of the initials to starting the descents into Guangzhou. So now FedEx is home since they left Subic Bay. And boy, they've got a pretty good setup there in the northeast corner. So, but anyway, as we mentioned earlier, there is a typhoon that has come ashore. I don't know if Hong Kong got hit, but I know it's up on the eastern shores of China there. I don't know if it's going to push out or push in. But yeah, that is why the potential 3-1 is in play. Just because the winds coming off of that change, dramatically your normal setups. Like, for instance, 90% of the people that fly to Hong Kong know it's runway 7 or one of the 7s. Today, it could be the 25s. And I have come in on the 2.5s and legitimately like 10, 15 knot winds coming in. None of this little 2 or 3 knots. Yeah, we'll shove you over to the 7s. No, we're talking it was legitimate, put you on the 2.5s. Just like this. This could very easily put you on the 3.1 into Saitek. Just kind of looking ahead. Gonna try something here. Um, That's a bummer. It doesn't recognize the fixed mic in here. I was just updating NavGraph a little bit here to reflect our routing. Okay, well, that'll help a little. Okay, so we got to get, how we doing here? 76, we're both updating. All right, in 136 miles, we start the arrival procedures. Tamat 13 is the arrival. Believe it or not, it looks like, well, yeah, it would. Winds 2.1, 2.2 would put you on the 2.5s. So yeah, if a center would come up, they would want us on the 3.1 no matter what. However, we're going to see if we can't pull off what we want to do. So again, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike. It is always a pleasure. We are, again, just to kind of update those that have just found us.
We're flying from Chengdu. ZUUU uniform is the airport identifier phonetically. And we're headed to Saitek, the old Hong Kong International Airport. Now, Victor Hotel is the international airport. Back then, this was. There is some great scenery for X-Plane out there. It's free. And it'll walk you through how to update NDBs and frequencies for other aircraft. But the Felis 747 tunes in to the IGS so you can just fly right in. And we're hoping for that today. The checkerboard's alive. The airport is beautiful. It's all those things when we read those updates coming in saying they're updating, they've added campers and airport vehicles and this vehicle, that vehicle, this thing, that thing. A lot of that's incorporated here. This the person that made this scenery has done a phenomenal job of keeping it just X-Plane library. No other libraries out there are needed. Just load it in. Follow the directions. Load it in. Oh, man. So I hope you've all enjoyed. We had an extended ground time at Chengdu. Mostly my part trying to make the... it's been a couple of months since I've flown this plane, and I need to fly it more often. I personally prefer this plane over many of them out there, but I know audience-wise, you all like variety. So to that end, you might find me flying a Piper Arrow, might find me flying the Just Flight BAE 146 aircraft, 757, 737, Airbus 320, 1921s, maybe even the 330-900, as well as the 767. So, and variants of them. So, but overall, if it was up to me, I would fly this just about, if possible, every flight. Some airports you can't land in it. So glad you're all here. Thank you for giving us a try today. We sure appreciate you. And what a flight we've had. Compliments of the Felis 747-200. This is the passenger version. I do not have the cargo. All right. We're actually getting really close here. So, all right. This is the chance now. You might want to get some popcorn or some drink of your choice because we're about 30 minutes out. All right, now you can see that there's that typhoon that just came in, coming off Taiwan, headed to up here into the Shanghai area, and then out to sea. Well, who knows? I could be wrong. It may not bounce. But anyway, I haven't really tracked it. So, we are closing in. I'm going to take a look here into the Hong Kong area. Hong Kong Fooey. All right, we've got Sheku dialed in. That will probably stay over there. Although, how far out? Let me try it. 116.1. Okay, that is actually part of the missed approach procedure. So we'll keep that one tuned in. As for the one we're about to overfly, we'll do that one. And then 15.9, but as we start going south, I'm going to flip around and start, or coming into CH, I'm going to get a setup for the approach. All right, so there you have it. You know what? For the fun of it,
Oh, man. So hope your Saturday is going well for you. We are not too far from ending the flight there at Kaitak. And we'll assess from there what's next. All right, there's the bay. I believe the new airport is right there, and can't remember the one UPS uses is, I think, right here, and Kowloon is way up the bay there. But yeah, we are starting to get into the area of Hong Kong. Hong Kong Fui. And again, I want to thank everyone for tuning in. Those that are new to the channel, if you like what you're seeing, want to see more of it, we'd love for you to hit that follow button so you know when we go live on Twitch. By chance, if you're watching this over on YouTube when we upload, we are not live on YouTube. Before everyone starts scrambling over there, we are not live over there. We will post this video in entirety up at YouTube afterwards. Be available here sometime today or during the day or the night U.S. time. But if you are watching it on YouTube, we'd love for you to hit subscribe. Throw a like at it if you like the content, and any comments, we'd love to hear from you. Any questions about the plane, about procedures, because this plane is a lot of procedures. There's a great checklist icon in the EFB. New users to Felis, I highly recommend using it. It takes a little time, yes, but I do recommend using it. We'll be using it for the descent, if I remember, for the final approach, and of course taxi in and shutdown. So, but again, welcome aboard. We're in the, well, we're about to begin the approach into Saitek. We started at Chengdu, headed to Saitek with the Felis 747-200 passenger version. Okay, I am actually gonna, we should be on about a 210. All right, and okay, just refamiliarizing myself with the chart. 250, 30 miles from CH DME, and over CH below 14,000. I believe it's 7,000 at Gulf, so that's what we're shooting for. All right, we're going to go ahead, set up for our crossing at 28,000 for Mike. That will be here, so let's... All right, let's go ahead, start on down. Okay, altitude select, VS. Okay, now I want to set, we'll keep it. We're going to go for 300, and then we'll switch to IAS in this descent. But again, welcome in. Sorry I talk mostly about the plane. I don't get much feed in the chat. So just kind of keeping you what we're doing in the plane. I know some of you are actually watching to see, do I really want this? And it's a great plane. I do recommend it. You know what? Let's set that up. Believe it's 11.9. Okay, we're gonna leave that on for now. Okay, so final updates on the INS. We'll hit Mike 28,000. We're watching our speed. Okay, no weather showing up. By the way, this nav display you can pull it out. It's over in the options. For me, it was page 3, but you can get rid of it if you don't like it. I kind of like it because it gives me an idea where I am in reference. But yeah, I mean, I get it. So, but it's a wonderful plane. I love flying it. There we go. There's how you can get your paws upon it. Again, there's a cargo and a passenger version. So but highly enjoy it. Just be ready to do quite a bit to get her fired up and en route. By the way, en route, let's go ahead, open up the reserves. Hang on.
Thousand to level off.
We'll start bringing the cabin pressure down. All right, so here's what's up. Let's get in here. Whoops. Real quick, do our performance calculations. Landing perf, landing VHHX, enter. Nope. Okay, so trying to find out how much runway we have. Actually, hang on a second. I need to think we're in our turn towards CH. Start down to 14. Okay. It's 997. What? Okay. Okay, let's put in 997. Not yet. Huh. 2944. Okay, that works. Set the speed bugs. So 138 will be our landing. All right, and speed bugs are set. How we doing here? Okay, we got 60 miles. Okay. All right, a lot to do. You can see. Oh, one thing I wanted to work on. We'll go medium brakes. Okay, everything is set. Oh yeah, 30 miles out, we gotta slow down. All right, again, sorry if I get distracted, distant. This airplane is a lot of work. Speaking of which, pressures. Okay, we're bleeding off our pressure. And set. Okay, seatbelts, anti-ice, exterior lights, not yet. Set to medium. Back to radio, flight directors, selectors set, altimeters set, landing, EPR, and all set. Okay, airspeed 250. All right, I am going to switch off to our
1,000 to level off.
transition 9,000 1119. Okay. Okay, we're 15 miles. Okay, starting down. All right, we are beginning the approach phase. If you want to put a prediction in, folks, exclamation mark the word predict, space, and a negative number. Okay, and I'm going to tell you one thing about this approach. The checkerboard is an interesting feature to be watching for. We're going to go ahead, take over 270. You'll see what I mean as we close in on it. All right, let's get lights.
$10,000.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure your seat backs and tray tables are carefully in the right position. Make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened and all carry-on luggage is stored underneath the seat in front of you or in an overhead bin. Our cabin crew works steadily backing around the cabin to make a final compliance check and pick up any remaining cups and glasses. Thank you.
There's the Hong Kong International Airport. All right.
Thousand to level off.
A little nervous. We're too. We're in too tight, I think.
Localizer alive.
Yeah, we're way in too close.
Flaps 10.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Altimeters.
1013. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. This. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Gear down. Flaps 25. Flaps 30. Gears down, green light.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Spoilers.
Armed.
Ignition.
Flight start.
And
All right. We are now on the approach.
9, 9, 7, set and cross check. Landing checklist completed.
It's really, in this scenery, not where a lot of people think it is. Where this checkerboard is. I can't even tell you right now. I think the airport's right here, but don't quote me on that. We'll just line up on it. Checkerboard, I believe, is right there. Oh, there's the airport. Saitek traffic, Cathay 1572,
1000.
inbound 13 IGS, airport in sight.
Good luck, mate.
Glide slope. 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 Glide slope.
500. Approaching minimums. Minimums.
All right, I'm doing it again.
Gear up.
Gear.
Flaps 20.
And Cathay 1572 going around.
You need to go lower, mate.
Oh, yeah. I didn't realize how high we got.
Don't be afraid, the buildings cannot hurt you.
Flaps 10. Flaps 1. To level off.
All right, as you heard, yeah, we were way high. I thought we might be able to recover. Nah. No, we're going to go around, try it again. This time we'll be in a lot better positions, I think. Oh, yeah, that's why. All right, so we're going to go back to CH and we're going to set up hopefully more to how this should be. We should not have been over the airport making ourselves get on the IGS. Okay, I'm going to slow us up here. Got about 10 miles. Okay, now you're really starting to... Okay, we're 3 miles from it. Okay, airspeed's under control now. Okay. All right. So where are our flaps at? 1? Okay, good. Okay, 270. We now do this for 7 miles, and then we're going to turn to 045. Now, the reason I keep going back and forth here. All right, so why aren't you holding speed? Looks like I'm going to have to. Okay. Five miles, getting ready to make the turn. All right, here we go. All right. All right, Kaitak traffic, Cathay 1572, turning to intercept the IGS 13. Okay, okay, armed,
Cabin ready.
armed. Yeah, it looks like we did it again. Flew through it because I forgot to switch over.
Gear down. Flaps 10. Flaps 20. Gears down, green light.
Okay, Kaitac traffic, Cathay 125 or 1572 on the localizer for 13. Now we got the clouds. And we got to self-descend, because guess what?
Flaps 30.
Okay. I really thought the checkerboard would be more visible, and it's not. Okay, 5 miles. Got the runway in sight now.
Thousand to level off.
It's basically straight ahead the checkerboard between those two buildings, and we are still coming in high, but let's get some power in as we're at our approach speed.
One thousand.
Have just been cleared to land. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
Gear down, flaps 30, brakes set.
Approaching minimums.
Glide slope.
Minimums.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up. Pull up. Don't sink.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Okay, still not sure of the glide slope. Still not sure of the glide slope here.
Auto brake off. Out, off, reverse.
The building is out there, mate.
60 knots.
Yeah, I can pick you up. Yeah. All right, let's clear. We're off reverse, aren't we? Yeah. Saitek traffic, Cathay 1572, off 13 to the ramp.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Hold on. Arm.
Auto brakes.
Damn. Off.
Ignition.
Damn. Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Damn.
Flaps up.
Stand by.
Flaps.
Damn.
They're coming up. All right. Well, we're in. Not the prettiest, but, you know, hey.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
I
Hold
know.
on. Seven units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Wait. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Let's see. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
All right. So, it is a bit of a challenge, really, to find the checkerboard. That's the huge challenge. So you got to follow that localizer. Now, I thought this had a glide slope, and it appeared to on our first attempt. Now, granted, I blew it and forgot to set LS. Or ILS. Yeah, ILS it says. So that's on me. But getting in close, that glide slope started going all over the place and throws me off every time. So, but yeah, here's that new Saitek. The cargo planes would park here, and I think down the other way. Hang on, I'm getting kind of close. So let me fix some things here. So yeah, this is pretty much Saitek back in the day. Oh wow, I did not know that some of this stuff was moving. Wow. Now, I did not update this scenery to the latest. I think there was one that came out in June to for this scenery. Um, I'm thinking about it now. Just curiosity is starting to get the best of me. Okay, we're in the spot, I hope. Okay, let me get rid of this for now and I'm going to be honest, I was kind of hoping to get a second flight in today, but I think I'm going to call it. Well, we'll see. Let's end this flight and go from there. Let's see here. Oh, that was weird. Okay. Hang on. Let's get rid of those. All right, let's run after we stop here.
All right, secure cockpit checklist.
Brakes. Parked. Beacon lights.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Off.
INS.
Align.
Probe and window heat.
Hold on. Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. This. Off. Reserve tank valves. Wait. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
All right, that wraps it up. Emergence, this would be if we're terminating. Well, technically we are this flight, but welcome in. Okay, and let's start unloading. One thing I kind of like, the doors open up when you hit deplane, or not deplane, unload. The cargo doors over here unload. So I think that's kind of a neat little thing they've done. All right, well, welcome in. Welcome in. It looked like a pretty good landing rate on that second one. Let's see what the airline found us at. 89 feet a minute. Whoa. Wow. That's one of my better landings. All right. There is something before we get too in deep here. I want to go here. I never noticed this before. Oh, one thing about this scenery I forgot to tell you, and I think that's one of them. The lead-in light. So if you come in here at dusk, dark, or, you know, low light times, you'll see the strobes helping you in. By the way, there's the infamous checkerboard. It is hard to see. I will grant you that. And it can be what makes this approach very difficult. Like I said, pictures of what I've seen, video, it doesn't look like that. So I don't know truth or fiction here on that. But yeah, if you take that light and kind of there's some right there. Hang on, let me see if I can't zoom it. Right there. There's your approach. So I don't know what this antenna is all about. But yeah, if you draw it around, you would see the approach. All right, let's get back to the plane. All right, I just wanted to see what the heck was that on approach that we were working with. All right, so we had a great crowd today. I want to thank you all so much. It meant the world to me for coming in today, watching, being a part. I know Saitek is a big, a big flight sim world favorite to go to. A couple of others out there, Lukla and can't think of the other one right now. And dadgummit. Anyway, Paro. So yeah, they're what I call fan favorites. People love these airports. All right, so let's dig in here and see what we did. Oh, besides the fact my battery on the phone is dying. Oh no. There we go. All right, and we got it charging. All right. Elevatech is the what we do to check on this. Sim Toolkit, I have been waiting and waiting for them to update the actual program. That's why we haven't been using it. Yes, I know there's a plug-in fix, and no, we're not going to use it till they update the program. All right, so there's where we started, and here's where we ended. With a missed approach. You can see, yeah, well, yeah, I flew out too far. I should have turned a lot earlier and all of that. Both. See, here's the first attempt. I should have been turning like here to go direct. No, I waited to cross over, and then we had to do this dog bone in. Yeah, no, not good. The whole approach botched the first. We almost came botched the second time. But according to Elevatech, we landed at 43 feet a minute, 1.2 Gs at 143 knots. To me, that is a really good landing. Looks like we were about 6 minutes late. That's probably because that's might been what it took to go around. All right, now, here's where it gets fun. Where did we land? See what I mean? Unless you know the lay of the land of how Saitek was, you won't find it that easily. It's completely demolished. And whatever they're trying to put in here is in its place, obviously. So, yeah. To actually figure out how far down the runway and all of that, yeah, that's a bit of a challenge. But that was a fun approach. It always is, and always will be. Fan favorite, and my favorite too. All right, we're gonna wrap things up here for YouTube. Twitch, hang around. I am going to take a few minute break, but for now, we're going to close what we see here. We're going to stay on stream, just be shutting down the video. So stand by, give me a few seconds and or a minute or two, and we'll be right back. To YouTube and to those that can't hang on, thank you so much for flying with us. This was a fun flight, little longer than I thought, but still nonetheless just fun. So I hope you enjoyed, hope you learned a little, and you know, hey, I fly for Millennium Aviation a lot, and otherwise known as MACAIR, and it's just a treat to fly into Saitek. So I hope you enjoyed. So for now, I hope you have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you on the next video. God bless. We'll see you hopefully here real soon.